Hey, how we doing, everybody? How we doing? That sounded a bit glitchy, didn't it? Hopefully we're going to be all right with the bandwidth today. Hopefully we're going to be okay. How we all doing? Another hacker. I thought I just gone and brought it in, but it looks like I haven't. Oh well. Quite a few in already. So Anthony was in first today. Hi, Anthony. Simon's World. He's adjusted his so we can get greatest hits on 107. We don't get that down here, Simon, but I did mention back to Simon, did he lose radio too? Because if you squeeze the dial at one end, you tend to lose it down the bottom end. You can compress it, but it's not great if you compress it. But so yeah, it's easier to just slide it forward or back. Chris is asking about photos of the Roberts. I take it he means the Jaguar Roberts. Unfortunately, I forgot all about it, Chris. Naughty of me. But I will dig that out. I've got to clear the room out this week, so I'll see if I can dig it out and do some photos, mate. Michael's in. Hi, Michael. Michael, hi, that is Daniel Russ. Hi, Daniel. Mr. Man Cave. Sean's in. Hi, Sean. Aaron's in Penzance. Hi, Aaron. We've got an Amazon delivery sometimes though. Hopefully it's something exciting, Aaron. Rob's in. Hi, Rob. Rob's radio channel. Catching up. Thanks for the super chat, Rob. For parts, he does need some parts. Dwarf, fight Dwarf. Chris, capacitor fund. It's an ongoing thing, the capacitor fund. Thank you very much, mate. So Rob's got one with a broken arrow, and Mr. Man Cave in with the super chat. Thank you, Sean. Keeps the live stream going. Andy Cowley, how are you, Andy? Timothy, hi, Timothy. Sean thinks the valves are in series. He's not 100%. I'm not sure either, Sean. Mac Vision, how you doing? Like in the new, is it Avatar or Icon? We call it Icon, isn't it, I think. Petronics, hi, Nick. Just warm here as well. Yeah, it's all jumped. It's jumped. It's gone mad. It's gone Miz. It's gone Miz. Hang on. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Rob Tiveridge, hi Rob. Dave Tipton, how you doing, David? Good to see you, mate. I believe the clocks have altered, so you got an extra hour. I'll come on an extra hour early, won't I? So you can have another hour. The keypad's playing up. Mike Cass, hi Mike. Hi Luigi. Thomas, hey Thomas. Yeah, I'm actually fall over yesterday out walking the dog. My back's a bit dicky today, but backache rather than back pain. So yeah, good of you to join us, David. Anyway, thanks for popping in, mate. Just catching up on the chat. Harvey's in. ZX, how you doing? 80, hi 80. Colin's in. Hi Colin. Phil Taylor. Hi Phil. Barry. Yura Mayhem from Ukraine. Welcome, Yura. Or Ura, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but welcome. Good to have you on board. Christoph's in. Hi, Christoph. Retro Tech Restorations. Afternoon to you, Anthony. Neil's Old Radios. Welcome, Neil. And John Hood. Hi, John. How are you, Mrs. Cruncher? Yeah, we're doing okay, John. We got car problems at the moment, though, which is another story. But, you know, car problems. Oh, dear and dear. Dear, oh, dear. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Dave Russ. Hi, Dave. No worries, mate. Good to have you on board. Rusty's in. Hi, Russ. So yeah, we've got quite. This is like supposed to be one of the best sounding hacker they ever made, and it's a Hacker RP37A VHF Herald, so it's only VHF or FM, depending where you are, and it's got an unusual speaker in it. And I've done one of these before, and I think Chris has got it over in America. I think that's the one that you had, Chris, wasn't it? Chris Milkey. I can't remember whether this was a blue one or a red one. I forget now. But yeah, there's a specific model of this that's got a large Elac speaker in it, and everybody wants this one with a large speaker now. I'll see if I can find you a link later on, but I know that Mark Hennessy, who did that excellent article on Transistor Zap, and he actually did a lot of audio work on the Hacker range, and he did graphs of the frequency responses of the different radios, and apparently this was the best one, I believe. So it's supposed to be this best speaker. It is, Chris, is it? Did you have the red one or the blue? I can't remember, mate, to be fair. And we've got to congratulate Mr. David Tipton on his latest video. If you haven't all watched that, then you need to get over and watch it. Great work on that old, what do you call it? Music Center or Radiogram? That's it, Radiogram. You prefer the Hunter, but only just. Yeah, I like the look of these. I think these look more sort of retro-y, and it's an older radio, I suppose, than the Hunter. I think. I don't think there's much in it, to be fair. Anyway, we've got somebody over here waiting. Look, there he is. He's back today because we couldn't get him on the bench for the whacking great Grundig I had on here last week. I've sort of made a little bit of progress on the Grundig, in that I've pulled out those bits that were broken behind and glued them back together. You can probably just about see them on my base of my overhead camera here, but it's very fragile because I've only been able to super glue them. I'm hoping that one of my mates can do drawing of that for me, and I can then try and get it sent off for either some sort of fabrication or get some 3D printed ones made up. But that's a fairly critical part, apparently. So without that, we're pretty much stuffed. So I need to get that remade. They're not available. No one else has got any for sale. There is a link to a guy that's 3D printed them himself, but it looks like Penguin's batteries are about to go. Look. Yeah, someone else has done 3D printed ones, which were successful. So, unfortunately, I haven't shared the actual drawing, so I've got to redraw it. Anyway, there you are. You're going to watch it later, Sean. Brilliant. Oh, it's the ready. Oh, of course, it was the burgundy coloured one, wasn't it, Chris? Yeah, I remember now. Oh, the cause of that, the electric modules. This is a fuel pump gone on this one, Aaron. Nightmare. Champion. It's good stuff, isn't it? 7% it is. Gerard, how are you, mate? Which one do you think's the better sounding of the two, though, Gerard? Is it the Elac speaker or the... Well, I think they did a Goodman's, and they did a different type of Elac speaker as well. Anyway, let's sort Penguin out first, because he's patiently waiting. He is lit, but he's just a bit... His batteries are going lit. Poor old Penguin. You need to get him some more batteries, don't we? Christmas is coming, so let's get this McEwen's Champion. Is the business this? Strong stuff, but they didn't have any finger this week. They're completely out of the finger. We've had some good weather in the UK this weekend as well. It was 23 here yesterday, which is very good for this time of year. Do you know that, Pegweed? Off you go, mate. Got to find this radio that I just walked right past. The reason I walked past it is because I was looking for some material that goes in the handle of it. So I bought this in for a customer that's specifically wanted one with the larger speaker. Now I have got a black one, I think, but it was pretty rough. I don't think it was restorable. And he said his preference was for a blue one. So I had this in my search on eBay for quite some time. And last week, one came up. And there it is. MacVision. Penguin Battery Fund. Thank you very much, MacVision, and welcome, mate. So, I don't know, it's 50-50 between the blue and the red one for me. I like both, really. Black's okay, but it's very samey. I think the red one might just pip it for me. I don't know, because of the fact it's got gold text on it, I think. That's the only reason. Found your Weir opener a couple of days ago. I got them stacking up here now. I've got the Christmas one still, and I've got the previous Christmas one, and I've got the previous Christmas one downstairs as well, and I've got the bottle openers. Got a bit of a collection going. I think it is 50-50 with the blue. I've not tried this, not tried it at all. I've had a quick look over it physically just to see what it's like, but I mean, I'm sure you can see straight off that these knobs are absolutely brilliant. I mean, there's a very slight discoloring which you can just about see between those two, look. But they're in very good condition. Probably not even worth retrobrighting those. They'd be fine on their own. So this has been requested by a customer. He's not said he's going to have it yet, so I've bought it in on the off chance that he's going to like it and want it. I think he will. If he doesn't, I think this would sell very quickly. But the main thing is what to do to it, how much to do to it. Now, he doesn't want a full-on restoration with all the padding and everything done, which is a bit of a shame, because I think you'll agree that when I've repadded these in the past, they do look fantastic. And I've done a blue one. I have repadded a blue one, but I can't think which one it was. Obviously, I've sold it, but I can't think which one it was now. So, looking at the front of it, this looks okay. This just needs a bit of polishing up. In fact, someone's had a bit of a go of polish and not rubbed it off properly. So that grille looks very straight. Yeah, that is a very good grille. The badge is perfect, doesn't need any retouching. So the grille just needs a bit of a polish. Badge is fine. Rexine's dirty. No surprise there. Doesn't look to have any nicks in it. Maybe a little tiny one down there. Not noticeable. A couple of bits of paint. One thing that you can see that's missing is the blue vinyl that goes on the handle. Now, I think I've got a bit of that somewhere. I think when I restored one of these previously, I pulled 2 lots of handle cloth off and only used one of them. It looks like the double-sided tape's been left on there. It's got both the ends, which is essential. If you're buying one of these, you need to make sure you've got these ends. Now, on that note, I did mean to mention this a few weeks ago. This arrived anonymously in the post in a little jiffy bag. Now it looks like a replica handle end for one of these. It's much lighter, so it's made out of aluminium, I believe. I really don't know who sent me that, because it's not. Didn't have anything, no information on the label, nothing inside, just that wrapped up in that jiffy bag. It's got a bit of a dink in it, so whether that happened in the mail, I don't know. But maybe somebody is reproducing them. I mean, it looks like it's been stamped out on the original machine, but it's really light. and it's like a sort of a very light champagne sort of color. So yeah, whoever sent me that, thank you very much, but I don't know who you are. Sandra, how are you? That's Ben. You've still got problems with YouTube. What is going on with that, Ben? Because you did pop on last week, didn't you, on your own name? But then you sort of popped off again. Yeah, they did make Elac. I think they did a Goodman's an Elac or a large magnet Elac. I believe the frequency response of the large magnet one is supposed to be better. Volve radios, yeah, it does tend to be a better sound because you've usually got a bigger case, Aaron. You know, you compare this to DAC 90, for example. This is going to sound better than a DAC 90, which is a Volve radio. So it tends to be down to the case, really. Sean is saying 100 to 150 for a good example. Yeah, probably, Sean. You are looking into 3 figures for a sort of not non-restored, but a working restorable one. I think when you start doing stuff like repadding it and all the other bits and pieces and polishing the hell out of it, repainting bits of it, polishing the dial plate and everything else, you start pushing that up a lot higher than that. And I say these are rarer with the large speaker. Believe me, I've been searching for one of these for probably about 5-6 months now. I've been looking for one of these. So it'd be interesting to see if anyone else has got one of these large speaker ones, specifically in blue, because I say there was lots of them on eBay in black, but not much good condition, to be fair. Tamley, how you doing, mate? Did you get the SDL for those parts? No, I didn't, Tamley. I do need to get it. I'm going to see if one of my mates can do the drawing for me. I've got it here. This is the bit. I've got to be very careful with this because Mrs. Cruncher unfortunately knocked one of the ears off of this morning. We spent half an hour trying to find it on the floor. Let's see if I can get you down on this piece a minute on the overhead camera. So this is the part that we're talking about for the Grundig. The Grundig radio cassette player from last week. So we've got 2 of these, and they add like an end float to the back of the capstans, I believe. So you can see there's 2 here. This one's got the little ears broken off, so they're totally gone. I have got one, I think, but this one has got both the ears, and you can see there's like this little piece with the little, like a P-shaped piece that pushes against the back of the capstans to just give them a bit of flex, really. So I mean, you could jam them up solid, but I think you start doing stuff like eating tapes, or it would mess the woe and flutter up. So these are pretty critical. So I need to get someone to do me a drawing of that. I can't draw it, to be fair. It would take me months to try and learn the software enough to be able to draw a complex shape like that. You know, we've got a triangular piece here. It's stepped. It's got different levels. It's stepped on this end, and there's also a triangular cutout on this end. There's little tiny spurs here that lock in. So again, every bit of this is essential, really. It's got to be pretty much dead on for accuracy. And I think personally they need making out of nylon for stability, but I don't know. So there you are. That's the parts that need someone to do a drawing. As I say, I would have a go normally. I did download Tinkercad and had a go, but I just couldn't work it out. I used to use I can't remember. It was an old Autodesk, something 123, I think it was. Easy 123 or something like that. That I sort of got the hang of, but they stopped doing it. So anyway, that's the little parts I'm hoping to get 3D printed, and might be that I send it off to China to PCBWay and see if I can get them manufactured, injection molded or something. I mean, I suppose if I got 1,000 of them done, it would work out cheaper. It would cost an absolute fortune probably, but I'd then be able to sell them into the community so other people can save their radios. That's the idea, isn't it? Right, let's keep going. Thank you, Rob. Hi, Paul Drake, how are you? I've still got both the SW55s, Paul, still for the same prices as I gave you before, so you'll have to let me know if you want one, mate. Danish, how are you? Soaking wet. That's nice here. Well, I say it's nice. It is getting a bit overcast now. It was 23 yesterday. As I say, it's really warm yesterday. Your large magnet one is blue, but not for sale. Oh, ideal. Derek Taffman, hi Derek. Do you know the difference? Aaron's asking, do I know the difference in size between a 240 volt, 450 watt electric motor and a 240 volt, 1200 watt electric? No, I haven't got a clue, Aaron. Not a clue. Yeah, it really is fine details, Matambly. It is. Derek Cooper, how you doing, Derek? So Sean thinks that the DAC 90 is the rich valve sound compared to any transistor radio. I hear what you're saying, Sean, but I don't know. Like you say, it's a personal thing, really. But I think if I dug out one of my, like the Hacker Mayflowers, they would knock spots off of this from sound. So definitely, from that point of view, the bigger case, larger speaker's gonna make it sound better, really. See if I can get the rest of this. I haven't even had a swig of this yet. Yeah, Benji's quite right. If you stick even the most basic circuit in a big box with a big speaker, you'd be surprised how well it would sound. I suppose you could even transport the mechanism from one of these into a valve speaker cabinet and try it out. I suspect it would sound very similar. Aaron's dead right, sound is subjective. Everybody's got their own opinion on what sounds better. You all know that my preference is the RP18 Sovereign 1. I think that's the best sounding set Hacker ever made. Well, best sounding transistor set. Martin, how are you, mate? Starting your first own project today in Aristona SA3012A. Okay. Sounds interesting. So Nick is saying you could connect a nasty transistor radio to your Celestion speakers and they would sound great. You are right. You are right. You've got to look at it as an overall item, I suppose, haven't you? See, I managed to fall over in the woods yesterday. Took the dogs out in the woods because it's quite hot, so I thought we'd get them in the water and give them a cool down. I managed to slip into a ditch and fall right on my backside. So my back's hurting a little bit today. I've got bruised elbows and all the other stuff. So you've been told you're going to bed, David. Okay, mate. Well, thanks for joining us, David, and I'm sure you'll be able to catch up tomorrow. You take care, mate. An old wooden school speaker. They usually do come up. In auctions. Sean, if you go to one of the Vintage Wireless Society ones, you can usually get speaker cases there. Benji's saying the best 2-inch speaker is made by Pioneer. I need to eat more barbecue, more cushion for fall like that, yeah. Maddie, I don't know about her pull because she's been okay, but then this morning she's limping again. So I think it's just stiffness because it did give her a good run yesterday. She was in and out of the water, up and down the banks, going crazy. And then when we come home, she decided she was going to have a run around the field with Coco chasing her. So they were both absolutely wiped out today. So I think she's just stiff, really. But she's walking a bit funny today. Right, okay, so let's carry on with this radio. We got a bit sidetracked there. So we looked at the case, the front of the case anyway, looks pretty good. The leather cloth's gonna like really clean up nice, this. Very, very robust. This, you can clean it. I can use foam cleaner on this and it won't take any of the finish off. Really good quality. It is VHF only. Let's get my light off the top of it. It is VHF only. It goes from 88 to 101 megs. Now you can pull it further, higher up. You can get it up, or Simon's managed to get his up on 107, but you tend to lose the bottom end of the scale. So radio 2 is down on just past 88. So if you pull the oscillator this way, you can lose radio 2. You can compress it, but that's not great. Anything you do totally throws the whole dial alignment off, so I don't personally like to do it. If I'm gonna have to have 107, 108 megs, then I'll just get a set that does that and use that instead. But it's nice to have one set that does everything, really, isn't it? So top face looked great. There is a bit of a dicky area on it. If I pull the top section of the aerial out, I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can see that it's got a bit of a bend. It's a bit banana-y, but it is all there, the original aerial, and it's not kinked. It's just bent, so I should be able to get most of that out. You can see as I'm turning it that it's a bit. That sounded like Kenneth Williams then, didn't it? So yeah, it is the original aerial, which is good. What you don't want to buy one of these, you need to make sure you've got all the knobs on it are correct. You need to make sure you've got the end caps. And you need to make sure you've got an original aerial and you've got a rear grille. If you've got those things, most of the other bits can be sorted. So coming on to the rear grille, let's turn it round to the back. And it's looking a bit rough here. So I think what's happened is someone's stuck duct tape on there at some stage to hold it on. And the white stuff you can see is just glue residue. I don't think that's damaged the blue cloth. There's a little nick down here which has not gone right the way through, so that's not a problem. But the grill does seem pretty firm, so someone has glued it on, but they have done a pretty nice job of it. It's not that firm on this corner. It doesn't look like that corner's gone, but it is pretty firm, so I don't think I'll need to take that off. Just need to see if I can clean this gunk off of it. So now for the the whole thing about this particular radio, not the VHF Herald in general, but this particular model has got this very large speaker in it, very large magnet. Now, in order to get that speaker in, they have to turn this amplifier the other way around. So you notice that the connections on the amplifier are at the back on this particular version, because if you turn it around the other way, this piece here fouls the speaker. So in all of this version with this large speaker, the amplifier is backwards, which is correct. Have I got a normal hacker speaker I can show you? I usually have, as an example, but no, can't find one today. No. So yeah, a normal speaker is a much smaller magnet than this. So this is the big selling point of this particular radio, is that large speaker. So have a look at your hackers and just see if you've got one with that large magnet speaker in. And on the side it does say Elac. You can't really see it very well there. I can just about see it there if I hold it up. It's got an Elac label on the side there. For some reason we've got an R here. It's been painted on. That might come off with a bit of acetone. Not sure. Worth a try. Rusty hinge, which seems to be the thing with all of these hackers. Unfortunately, the batteries are right by the hinge, so when the batteries leak, they leak out and they go onto the hinge, and it rusts. So again, that can be taken off and sanded back or wire brushed back, depending on what the owner wants. The other thing we've got is the label is it's got battery damage, and this one is missing. So this one looks like it did have two labels in it, or was that just the... No, that's just where battery acid has leaked out again and it's bleached the black paint there. So all of these things can be sorted. I mean, the cloth there has come unstuck in this corner, look. Unstuck even. That's easy enough to put back down, and these have gone pretty horrible, so new pads on there. So this is the RP37A, slightly later, so it's got a different FM tuner on it, although this one is blowing about in the wind, so it looks like the screws have come loose. It means the top panel's got to come off, which is a bit scary. It's going to have to come off. Amplifier. Pretty standard amplifier on that. That just needs rebuilding. I say rebuilding, just new capacitors should sort it. Just check the resistors, change any that are mentally high. Quiescent current midpoint voltage. Interstation muting on this one as well. Yeah, nice, very nice radio this. Really nice radio. But I'm not keeping it. It's going. So we need to see, don't we, if it's going to work. So what do you think? Who thinks it's going to work and who thinks it isn't going to work? Off a Radiocruncher. Dodgy audio quality. It might be rubbing against my shirt, maybe. Okay, Mrs. Cruncher's car. Mrs. Cruncher's car. So we've been and reserved a car for Mrs. Cruncher, which is supposed to be picked up this weekend, but it's not ready. It's taken them 2 weeks so far. It's still not ready. And last week, Mrs. Cruncher got in her car on Tuesday, went to start it, and it wouldn't start. So I had to be towed home, and it turns out the fuel pump is gone. So basically, they've given us a trade-in on the car. So we're supposed to be taking our old Mini up to exchange for the new one. But now we're faced with the cost of replacing the fuel pump. By the time we've paid for that, it's going to make it, it's going to cost probably the same, if not more, to repair the fuel pump than we're getting for the trade-in. So it looks like we're not going to get a trade-in on it. We're not going to be able to take it up there. So at the moment, we've only got one car, which is a real pain in the backside, because we both work in different towns and we've only got one car. I start at 7 in the morning, so it means if Mrs. Cruncher needs a car, she's got to drop me in at 7 o'clock in the morning, then come back home and then go back out, and then I've got to try and get home from Bideford, which is a pain in the neck. I mean, I rung up a cab company yesterday to find out a cost of a cab from work back to home. It's 25 quid. So we're looking at 25 quid a day just to get home. It's ridiculous. You know, that's half of what I earn a day gone. So yeah, that's the situation. So at the moment, we really need this other car to be done, but they're twiddling their thumbs with it. It's a pain in the backside, really. They told us it's normally a week, but because of the bank holiday, we're 2 weeks. And when I rung him on Saturday, he said, no, I told you 2 to 3 weeks. He didn't bloody tell me 2 to 3 weeks at all. Fibber. But there you go. It's frustrating. Very frustrating. So there you are. That's the situation with the car. So it looks like now we're going to have to pick it up next weekend. So we're still going to be scratching around for transport and getting to and from this week. Les very kindly picked me up from work on Wednesday, which worked out quite well. At the moment, we've got issues with Tuesday, and I'm hoping our local garage can sort us out a courtesy car. But we've got to go and see him tomorrow. So let's get back to it then. Let's get back to it. You'd like to fit a more powerful amplifier. Speaker looks very modern. It won't work. It will work. It will work, but we'll need work. 50-50. Works, but not great. Slight chance. Work. Slice of life, but not dead. Working on VHF, but not medium wave. It's not got medium wave, Dave, so you're dead right there. Will work, but crackly. You'll send a fire if it doesn't work and eat humble pie. Yeah, it is located in the fuel pump. Is actually inside the tank, Danish, so it's got a separate sender unit as well, so it could be either of those things. I've priced up a new one about 100 quid, but it's got to be fitted, which is a fairly major job by the looks of it. Taxis aren't cheap. Still stacking. Yes, Mike, still stacking. It will work, but better with new caps. Let's get some power hooked up to it and see then, shall we? Let's hook it up and see. So yeah, I can't really do a lot more to the Grundig cassette player yet till I get those parts done. So that's going to be an ongoing project, that one. Okay, so we want 18 volts. It's an 18 volt set, so I'm just dialing that into the power supply and knock the current limit back to minimum. So let's have a look then. So we've got negative there. Boom, boom. Positive there. Right. The moment of truth. Will he or won't he? Let's get on to say, where are we? So we've got to 100. We should have classic FM on that. Let's pop the aerial up. Here we go. Okay. Very strange. We got noise, but not increasing with the volume part. Yeah, something doesn't quite sound right there. Let's try tuning in. Absolutely nothing. Okay. So there's something wrong with the volume. It's not increasing. So we've got issues on the amplifier. Nothing's happening while I'm touching it. Let's wiggle the plug. Okay, so we've got issues. So it's drawing 30 milliamps, so it's drawing about the right current, but as I say, it doesn't increase in volume. Yeah, bass and treble are not working either. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, so there we are. Similar to your Telefunken, is it, Christoph? Maddie's down, waiting for a walk. So what is going on with this? So let's firstly see if there's anything going into the amplifier. So let's get the signal tracer. I'm just going to probe the amplifier input. Which is on the multi-plug there. So I've just got my homemade signal tracer. So input's there. Doesn't appear to be anything. Just checking on the IF board. So we've got a signal on the IF board, which is good. So it means that I'm just trying to think which way the board goes now. It doesn't appear to be anything coming out of the IF board into here. So let's put that plug right out a minute. Let's connect onto different ground. Turn it back on again. Let's see if we've got. No, nothing there. So we've got audio to DR6, so let's just get the circuit up. Get the circuit up on the screen and let's have a look. I have got a test amp, Gerald, but I think there's a problem in the later stage of the IF board. Could be that big capacitor, but let's just get the schematic up a minute. Let's have a quick look where we are with TR6. Right, you should be on the thing now. Yeah, there we are. So TR6 is here. So we've got it on the collector of TR6 going into L4. We need to find TR7. It looks like the signal comes out. TR7 into F. Where that is. We've got our diodes there. What's TR5 doing then? So TR3, 4 and 5 I think are the IF transistor, so we should have it at the base of TR7, the signal. I think Mrs. Cruncher's taking the doggies out. Yeah, looks like it. We definitely haven't got it at the plug going into the amplifier though, so don't think there's an issue with the amplifier. Now, where's TR7? So TR7 is that other one that I probed here. Nothing on the collector of that one. I can't get onto the base, so yeah, TR7, there's nothing, no signal on the collector of TR7. D5 is inside CAN. I have had those go before, so it could well be that one that's gone. So that's oh hang on, I didn't know it turned on then. That would open it. See if I can get on that base. I don't think I can. So the interstation muting, I've got it on the interstation muting potentiometer, which is this one. So I've got it there. So that would indicate that maybe TR7 has had it. But since it's a BC108, well, it's not in this one, it's a BC148. What's the betting that TR7 has gone then? So the board we're looking at is this one over here. Hang on, come up here. Hang on. Neighbours' damn dogs are kicking off again. If they shut the gate to keep them in, they would be a lot better, wouldn't they? Probably they saw a shadow or something, I suspect. Right. So yeah, the board we're looking at is this one over here. So interstation muting is here, so we've got it there, but we haven't got it on the collector of this transistor. At the humble pie, Sean. Sorry about that, mate. Thanks very much for the super chat, though. Afternoon, Les. I don't know whether the seller did say it. Seller did say it was working or not. I don't know. If they did, they're telling porkies. No doubt it will say untested. That's the usual thing, right? Let's get it out of the case, and we can have a look a bit closer. Pretty straightforward to get out of the case. These, those that haven't looked at these radios before, very well engineered with the service in mind. We've got to take the end caps off, which are really solid. Chrome end caps. Come on, come off. You don't want to come off that one. Usually they're too loose, they are, and they drop off, which is why they get lost all the time. This one's really stiff. So we've got screws in there. Posi drive number 2 by the looks of it. Got a glass of water there I'm going to knock over any minute. Rubber washer. There's a spacer. Same with this side. Still dodgy audio. Yeah, when I'm not talking, it's still loud, isn't it? wonder if we got plug issues again. So yeah, I don't think it's the diode, because we wouldn't have a signal on the interstation mute-in. So that's got to come off, and we've got 2 screws in here that have got to come out. In fact, that one wasn't even done up, so it looks like someone's been in here before. I think someone's had a go at this and been able to fix it, so put it back together quick and solder it. That's my opinion. But then we don't want stuff that works, do we? It's better to have stuff that doesn't work, then we can find out what's wrong with it. Eventually, in some cases, it could take us weeks. Right, that should come out now. There's our monster speaker in all its glory. With Elac on the side of it. So yeah, that's a hell of a magnet. So it should sound very good once we can get it going. So we need to get at the back of that transistor, which is down here. Alright, let's get the camera down. So if I connect it back up to power, let's get my signal tracer to act as our speaker for now. Pull it out of the way so it doesn't touch against anything. Let's pop that on. Turn it on. Let's put a clip of wire on to the aerial just to give it half a chance of working. Right, so this is that transistor in here. So the base is here. So you can hear we've got signal on the base.
Loss of exclusivity and limited availability. Now just a liability. My timeshare claim.co.uk has had owners who are missold exit their contract and receive compensation. For advice and to find out more about your options, text timeshare.
We should have a signal on the collector as well here. And we haven't. Or the emitter.
It's like never before. With 5 million.
So that is got to be.
Thousands of recordings in spatial audio.
Got to be
Apple
dead,
Music
isn't it?
Classical is included with select Apple Music plans. Find it on the App Store.
On your radio.
Ben, welcome back on your alias. Right, okay. So it looks like that transistor could be dodgy. I mean, it could be something else. It could be something else that's getting rid of the signal. So let's go back to the schematic again, just to recap. So we've got a signal on on the interstation muting, which means we have got a signal coming out of D5. We've got it on the base of TR7, but nothing on the collector, which goes to point F. Where does point F go to then? Where does point F go to? That goes to the interstation muting switch. Shown out. Okay. Interesting. Are we barking up the wrong tree then? Strange how they've done the diagram here. It'd be nice to have it all in one, really. So that's going out to the interstation muting, and it's coming back in here, I think. On E, is it? Feeding back in around to TR5. So have we got it at TR5? Maybe that's not got a signal because the interstation muting's not switched in. Confused now. So let's just check the, so yeah, it looks like the signal comes out of this TR7. It's not there at the moment. Maybe it looks like it comes out and then it goes back in E, back into here. Fed in here. Out and into here maybe. But where's our signal come out? It must be coming out of here. Into L, wherever L is. Where's L? L is the audio out. So I suppose that would be the next place to check, is to see if we got any audio maybe on R16, but maybe check TR5 first then, see if we got anything on the base of TR5, in which case it could be a dodgy interstation muting switch potentially. I don't know. So let me just get my head around this a minute. So interstation muting is this one. Let's go up a bit further within the ground. So center's the common. Okay, so that is working now that interstation muting. So that transistor is working. So it's going up, coming back into this orange wire here. Got a good signal down there. So that's coming back. Oh. Right, let's find TR5 then. Where's TR5? TR7. TR5 is up here. Oh, stay up there, you monkey. So it's on the base of TR5. So yeah, that's good. TR5 is good. Where does it go from there? I got that. So it goes into IFT3. So it should be coming out onto R15. We've got these diodes here. I've had these go wrong before. So let's see if we've got the signal R15. Where's R15 then? R13, R14, R15 down here. Signals at R15. So R16. Yeah. What else is left? So we've got to find point L on the board. That's M. Where does it go out? L. Well, I'm now probing point L, which is the takeoff point of that board, and I've got the signal there. Okay. So we've got signal to this point here, which is the output, the audio out. If we look down on our diagram here, look what we've got in the path. I bet that's the problem. I bet that is the issue. So we've got audio out here. We've got C2. I wonder where C2 is. So C2 could be a problem. Let's see if we can find where C2 is. Where is C2? Is that on the amplifier or is it on this board here? I think C2 could be on the amplifier. I think it's this tape switch here that's causing us the problems, you know. And I've had this problem before with these. It does kill them dead. It absolutely does. And Mr. Racing Demon is the one that usually puts me right on that. I bet it's that. But we shall see. It's a good bit of fault finding anyway. Right, what do I do with the case? That's what I'm looking for. What the hell have I done with the case? It was here a second ago. Oh, idiot, it's right here. Okay, yeah, C2 is on the amplifier board. So I don't think it's that, because if you remember, we had nothing to the plug, did we? So let's go back to the main thing. So we need to check this tape output. I'm sure it's going to be this. I'm sure it's going to be this. I know it's the old cliche in it, but it's good to get to it logically, shall we say? It's good to get to it logically. Let's just catch back up with the chat. Yeah, welcome back to Ben. And yes, Sandra's got to still be with us. It says now would be a good time to insert ads, it reckons. I don't think so. Chuck it in the bin. Right, just catching up with the chat. Let's just see what screen I'm on here, because I don't really know. Okay, yeah, we're back on that. Let's pop back up in the corner there. Sandra's feeling much better herself. Red RP30, it should be gold, but faded. Sure neither wants to send him one, and though you may need one. Simon, is that you that sent the these? That's very kind of you if you did, mate. But yeah, they are like gold dust. They are like gold dust. So always appreciate any of these, because I do need 2 gold ones. In fact, I need lots of those. I've got lots of radios without them, so thanks, mate. TR7 is a mute, on off, open collector on F. Yeah. Fair capacitor. Afternoon, Jess, how are you? Defo switch, headphone socket. It's the Keith. It's going to be the it's not the headphone socket. It's the dreaded tape recording socket on this one. You can't quite see it there, but if I go up, it's that one. So there actually isn't a headphone socket on this one. It's an output tape recording socket. And if that one's open circuit, as you can see on the schematic, if that's open circuit, so if that connection there isn't made, then there'll be no signal to the volume pot. So it's basically switching out the volume pot, this. So we can check that. We can check that. Let's get back to our radio. Is it still turned on? Yeah. So our socket is up here. Can't quite see, can you? Let's get you right up. Up and at it. Where are we? About there, are we? Yeah, you can just see the 2 wires. So we've got a green wire there and a black one. So if we probe this, we should have a signal on both of these wires. So we got a signal there, but not there, look. So that switch has gone open circuit. What can we do to that? Let's poke a headphone jack in and out of there a few times and see if we can free it up then. No, okay. So Oh, it has freed it up. There we go. I've got input. It's that bloody thing. So I'm just probing the input. See if we can jam it in there a minute. It's not. A squirt bit of switch cleaner in there. Right. Let's see if that's sorted it. Let's reconnect that to the amplifier. What do you think now? What's the chances now? We've just fault finded the output socket failure the hard way. Right. Hello, still not doing it. Still not doing it. Still open? Okay. It did work there. Right, so I think we've got a problem with the amplifier as well. So let's put our test amplifier in. This has been completely reconditioned by me. So we've got a signal into the amplifier now. Oops, but the amplifier's not working either. So it's going to be capacitors on that one. We hope. Let's see if this one works then. Make sure it doesn't short out on anything.
Take care.
Yes. Oh, yes. That is loud, and it sounds awesome.
Himmel herself. You from to-do to ta-da.
Of what? I don't know. My parson Stephen never thinks of the past, just what he can get up to now. Why? Miss Costier? I don't know. But sometimes he's jealous of everything. Dolly, what? It happened, it's in the past.
Everything is in the past.
So are we not allowed to mention it?
Of course not.
Sometimes he is jealous.
Well, know what there is to trouble him.
Do you think so?
It's an amazing feeling when you stop smoking.
I think we've sorted it, don't you? I think we've got to the bottom of it. Right, let's just catch up with the chat a minute. Let's catch up with the chat. Bather in deoxit. Andy Beck, how are you, mate? Just home from Suffolk. Oh, sorry to hear that, Sam. Andy? Yes, I did fix your amp, yeah. Thank you, Ben and Sandra, for the tip. Trouble with the computer, yeah. Sockets should make no difference. It does tend to, though, Nick. It should be continually made unless you plug a thing into it. If it's not made, it doesn't provide a path through. Did it go down? I don't think it did, Aaron. Yeah, it's going to be. Watch it and leg it. It's going to be more caps, Mike, unfortunately. It does sound amazing. It is a Type 205, yeah, it's used in a lot of sets. Thanks, Danish. Time for yet another amp build, it is. It is. So, yeah, we've got issues with that amp for sure. But what is it and where is it? It's going to be caps in it. But yeah, that's... I mean, that volume goes a long way up. I don't know where that's picking up. But I mean, this amplifier here has been totally rebuilt by me, like mentally rebuilt. Every single resistor done on it. All the transistors pretty much changed apart from the finals. So we need to pull the amplifier apart and have a look. Could probably do with bridging that output, but I don't think I will because it is working there at the moment. Switches need a bit of a squirt. There was certainly definitely nothing on the there was nothing on that audio plug. There was nothing, no signal on this whatsoever until I plugged in a socket in and out of that output tape recording jack. And then that freed it up and we had a signal there. And now we have a problem with the amplifier. Certainly haven't got a problem with the speaker, have we? That sounds absolutely amazing. Get off. Nuts and that on there for a minute. So you've got little spacers on these as well that you need to make sure you don't get rid of. So it could be a broken print on this. I've had that before, especially around this large one here, which is on the speaker output. So C2 is where the signal comes in, this one here. So it could well be that one. It's killing it dead the minute it gets into the board. I'm just going to have a quick look over it first of all, just to make sure that we haven't got any breaks. So get rid of the case again for the minute. Let's put that one out of the way. Let's get the eyes on. I'm just going to have a quick pokey. A quick pokey around. No, we got no broken tracks, so it could be a transistor. There's nothing to say it's not going to be a transistor. But if you notice, when I fired it up first, it had sound, and then it just died off on its own, didn't it? So it's almost certainly going to be a capacitor. Yeah, as I say, I rebuilt this one. This was out of one of my other sets. I can't remember which one it's out of now. I think it could be out of one of the white RP37As or Bs. I've rebuilt this for one of them. It's got as I say, all brand new, everything in it. BC 108s or 109s even on this one. I'm not sure if I put 109s. Yeah, BC 109s in this one, so they're low noise. Even better. So let's have a look at the schematic for the amplifier then. Give the trimmers a twizz. First on the amplifier, then check the input socket solder joints. So, right, sure, no worries. Tracer track fail on the 205 amp board. Eyes on and a refill. I'm still going strong. Still going strong on the old champion. The champion helped me resolve that problem, didn't it? The Radiocruncher beer mug. Change them all. I've got to change them all, Chris, yeah. I mean, although 50% of them will be okay, how long are they going to be okay for? This is not going to be my radio that's going to be hanging around for ages and fixed whenever it goes wrong. This is going out to a customer, so it's got to be right first time. We don't like things coming back. Things do come back occasionally. No one's perfect. And radios have a mind of their own. You can fix it 100% and then something else goes wrong with it. It's never ending. Looks like the input socket's been resoldered. That's probably factory, to be honest. It doesn't look like that's been touched with any fresh solder. Someone might have had a go at it, but as I say, the fault would have been that socket. So we could have a BC148 gone down, but I think probably the first one to try is going to be C2. Let's have a look at the circuit then a minute. This is one that I prepared earlier. So that's the amp out of this one, and this is the one that I've refurbed. Red rosin on the input socket. When you tune it, don't cut the link bridge, desolder it and then solder it back. Yeah, I cut it, Sean, so I've got 2 stubs to use. Then I resolder it to test and then I replace it. So I do the triple on it. So I do put a new one back in unless it's one of mine, and then I just tack it back together. Yeah, I believe that's true, Aaron. Well, let's have a look at the schematic for this amplifier then. Well, it doesn't actually come into C2. I don't know why it says C2 on that link-up diagram. What's all that about then? C2 2.5. Unless there's another one I've missed. Because C2 on this amplifier board is 80 microfarads. Is there another something coming off of that L point? So the green wire takes the signal off. That goes around, links back up. Can't be right. Okay, so it goes across that capacitor there, then it links back into there. Okay. Yeah, C2 is stuck on top of the volume pot. They've just used the they've just used a spare terminal. But that's, I mean, that shouldn't fail. That's got a bit of a crack in it. Anyway, we know that the fault is on the amplifier board because we've changed it out. So our signal's coming in on pin 4 through 0.1 microfarad straight into T1. From T1, the signal's going into the base of T2. We've got bass and treble acting on here. We've got some filtering up here, C2 and C3 to ground. So C6, C5, sorry, would cause us a problem. But then that's mainly to do with whether the bass or the treble. We've still got our signal coming in here. Coming out here into here. Coming out here. And into here. Three. It was dying off quite quick though, so I'd have thought that the issue was further back in the circuit. I mean, it could be this one on the speaker output, but I don't know. Okay, but we've definitely got an issue on this board, and it's, I think, because we have a signal that it disappears, it's got to be one of these caps. So probably C2, C3 could be sucking the signal away to ground, couldn't they? These two up here. So it's probably the first place to look is C2, which is an 80 microfarad, and C3, which is 80 equal to that. They might be 100 in the circuit. You never know. Hi, Yas, how are you? 18 volts FM. Yes, it's good radio. Tropical fish. Gotta love the tropical fish caps. BC 108, 109 on standby. It could be. It could well be that. I don't think it's the input connector because we didn't have a signal before. Now we had a signal, and in fact, this one looks filthier than that one. So C2 and C3 I'm going for first. Let's try C2 first. We'll test these one at a time. Although they're both the same value. One's slightly higher voltage rating than the other for some reason. I really don't know why. So you can't see what I'm up to there, can you? So 80 microfarads, 25 volts. You could put 100 back in there, but I like to use an 80 radial cap, 82. So let's try this one. ESR meter time. Oh. So, 80 microfarads. What's it going to be? Any guesses? Is this the one? Is this the one with massive ESR or totally open? Or is it something else? It's the 400 microfarad on the speaker output. Yeah. The 6.8s can go a bit dodgy as well. 400's probably gone high, but I don't think it'll have gone mental. $200, 180, 135, 98. Gonna need a lot of different boxes of capacitors today. So I'm gonna need two. What did I put in here? So I just put hundreds in there. Let's try and keep it as original sounding as possible. Couple 82s. Cap bingo, capacitor bingo coming up. How are we doing? Ben and Sandra in competition now, look. Separate competition. Ben's even going for ESR. Andy B. 89 Luigi. What's the marking on this one? It is 80 microfarads. Joe, you're right. 80 microfarads at 25 volts. I'm going to put in 82s at 35 volts. And the other one is rated at slightly higher voltage, I think. No, 16 volts, the other one. Slightly low voltage. Are we all done? Oh, we're still going. You'd rather forfeit a bit of sound quality for electrical reliability. Yeah, you're not going to do either way, really. You know, you've got to think the axial caps are 85 degree rated. The radials are 105 degree rated. These are Nichicon PW. So really, these are probably better than the 100 microfarad Vishays. These are closer to the manufacturer's design spec than the hundreds. So the hundreds were available back in the day. So they've obviously put 80 microfarads in there for a reason. So although, as you can hear, this one works fine, and this has got two 100 microfarad caps in it. So that might be a slightly later board, though, out of a Sovereign 2 maybe, which might have slightly different caps. I don't know, but I went with hundreds. Right, let's do it then. Okay, so it's on high, but not massively. So that, I don't think that one's going to be causing the problem. 91.4. So anybody close to 91? We've got a 96 by Sandra. 89 is closer Andy B. It's Andy B, I believe. What is Sean saying about the changed to stop the pop on switch on? Yeah, you're right, Sean. There was a modification. Was that on the RP37A or the RP25 though? Same amp board, mind you. Yeah, so C5 has been changed from 40 microfarads to 6.4 in 1968. If anyone's wondering what we're on about, so get you up on screen. So what she was referring to is this, that C5, it was 40 microfarads, and in 1968 they revised it, C5, and it's now 6.4, so they've gone from 40 to 6.4. That must just be, Sean says it was to stop the pop, but yeah, it could well be that that's probably the bass pot, I think. I can't remember which one's bass and which one's treble now, RV2 or RV1. But maybe that was letting a pop go through to the speaker. Anyway. Looks like it was Andy B that's a winner there. You won the ESR competition though, yeah, you were close, Ben, with 2. You were close with 2. It's a bit high ESR. Let's pop one of our brand new ones on, see what this is measuring. So still 1.49, but the cap is showing 80.1 microfarads, so that's pretty good. Let's pop the next one out then, before we replace them. So, same again then. 80 microfarads. This one's lower voltage. So, is it lower voltage, higher ESR? So another 80 then. Place your bets. 80 number 2. Is this the culprit? And while you're placing your bets on, I'm going to get these soldered in. Get one of Sean's magic blocks. One of Sean's magic blocks to just hold it nice and level when I solder it. So place your bets for the 80 microfarad. I think we might do a giveaway next weekend as well. I've got that amazing Grundig yacht boy that was kindly donated by John. John Turner, so might do a giveaway next week. We could do another instant one with the guess the number of components. That seemed to be quite quite well received, should I say. So maybe that'll be next week's stream. We'll do a bit of a service on it, check, make sure it's all working okay, and then maybe at the end of the stream, give it away. Give it away now. Okay, so that's those first two done, nice and neat. Little focus. Come on, focus. Come on. There we go. So two Nichicon PWs. Right, how are we doing? Let's do it then. Ooh, so that one's gone a bit high, but I still don't, that's not going to cause that problem. That is not going to cause that problem. So 105, so he was closest. 104.7 for Dave Rhodes. Gotta be Dave. 0.3 out, Dave. Great guess, mate. Absolute. Nearly on the button. Nearly on the nose. So it's not those two caps. Right. What's next then? Let's go with C5 next then, because that's this this one in the middle that's up for debate. I can't really see what one it is, but it definitely doesn't look like a 40. It looks like it's a more smaller 6.8 one, or 6.4 was it back then? .4, okay, 6.4. So what do you think? 6.4? Everybody, eyes down. God, I love a bit of bingo. Winner, winner, Dave. 6.4 then. So you dig a 6.8. Now, I did order some of those 6.8s in there. Where have they gone to? I don't think I put them away. Very untidy of me. You know how it is. Don't seem to get a chance to do a lot in the week now with working. Surprising where the time goes. Got a 6.8 there, so we'll use that one for now. I have got some more here somewhere though. Right, we've got a lot of takers. Derek reckons 9.88, 10.29, 15, 12, 9, 6, 12. So you're all fairly confident that this one's not far off then. You're already confident that this is not the culprit. This is not the cap that we're looking for that's killed this amp. I mean, it could be T1. It could be T1 is falling out straight away, couldn't it? Really? 6.4. Are you all done? Just having a quick look to see if I can see any resistors that are snapped in half or anything else untoward. Like Sean says, one of the skeleton pots maybe with a crack in it, but they look perfect. bit of tarnishing on the wipers on both of those, but okay. Eyes down looking then, here we go. 12? Already in May, yeah. We're pretty much halfway through May. Oh, there we go. That could be our issue. 6.2 ohms ESR. That could be our culprit. That's high ESR. I'd expect it to be around the 1 mark. So who had 6.31 then? We've got 6.8 by Ben, 6.5 by Matambly. It's Matambly. That ESR is too high. Let's just try this replacement. 6.8 this is now. Yeah. So 1.76. That could be our problem. That could be our problem child right there. Let's get that one put in. Joe definitely did it. That was Joe all the way. Joe wins the day. Sounds like a doggy back. Just soldered that one in. My other multimeter's charging up there at the moment because I forgot to put it on charge last week. So can it keep hearing this like whistling noise in my ear as it's charging? I don't like that one's not very straight. Let me just straighten that up. It's better. Getting there. 3 down. One dodgy one so far. So what's next up? C8 is next. So where's C8 and what does it do? Cat was supposed to be 6.4 Benji. So it wasn't far off, but very high ESR, mate. So what have we got now? C8. So C8 is down here, so this is on the emitter of T2 to ground, so this could well be causing an issue. If this was shorted, it would totally mess this transistor up, wouldn't it? So this has got highest ESR, that could definitely be a problem. So this one was an issue, but may have pulled some of the signal down to ground because it is it was shorted, but we've got this other cap here. Yeah, you know, that may be an issue with the sound of the amp, but would that have killed it? I don't know. This is more likely to kill it directly to ground. So C8, let's try that one then. Let's get that one out. So I'm just wiggling it as I'm desoldering just to stop the Solder reattaching. So C8 is 125 microfarad. 125. So have a guess at this one then, while I see if I can find something to replace it with. What would we replace a 125 with? Probably a 150, I suppose, the closest. Don't really want 220. So 150 preferably. Could stick 100 in, I suppose, but it's better to go higher than lower, I believe. Place your bets then. 125. What's it going to be? So I'm guessing that I'm going to pop this cap in. How are we doing? It's going well, Christoph. Going well, mate. Play some sick Grand Theft Auto, Aaron. Catch you soon, mate. Glass of Merlot, nice, Sean. Like a nice Merlot. You're famous. Never leaving again. Capacitor bingo this is, Christoph. So what we basically got is we've got a capacitor here which is 125 microfarads. We've got it on the ESR meter, so what we're trying to guess is what the actual reading will be on the ESR meter. If you're really confident, you can have a guess at the ESR as well, but we'd just for a bit of fun, really, to see who's closest to the actual value of the capacitor as it's read on the ESR meter. Capacitor bingo, as we call it. The two-pronged Humphreys attack, yeah, they are doubling it. This paid off so far, though. It's not paid off so far, Joe, is it? This could be the culprit, but who knows? We're more than halfway through the caps now. So I think it's time to go in for the final beer, which is coming back to a local brewery, and we're going with the Exmoor Stag. Very nice beer, that one. 5.2%, so still quite a strong one, but nice tasting beer. And brewed up on Exmoor. With a Liscombe. It's actually Somerset, so on the border, really. Right, are we done? Are you gonna have a go? Are you gonna have a go, Christoph? Are you gonna have a go, or are you gonna have a go on the next one? Let's do this one. Okay, so that one's measuring 145, and what did we say it was? 125. So that one's not bad, is it? That certainly isn't going to cause us an issue. So who had 145? And Luigi. 145.1. It's Luigi. 0.1 out, Luigi. Well, there you are. There you go. Well done, Luigi. So yeah, not a bad cap, that. The only one so far that's been bad was that 6.4. So we're getting to the nitty gritty now. We've got C9 coming out now. Let's have a look where C9 is. So let's see where C9 is. C9. So this is on the junction of the two output transistors. Yeah, that one could certainly cause us some major issues, that one, if that was being pulled to ground. We've got R13 there, but yeah, if C9 was a problem, that would definitely cause an issue. So let's pop that one out. It says it's 40 microfarads. So get your guessing that's on. Well, I'll get that one out then. 40 microfarads, apparently. We'll make 100% sure it is 40 microfarads first. I believe it is. Yes, it is. 40 microfarads at 16 volts. So we're going to stick a 47 back in there. So 40 microfarads. Let's get your guess in. Let me find the 47. Make sure it's a 47 and not a 4.7, which I've done before. Let me just stick this one in. You're having a guess. How we doing? What was the voltage of the 6.4? Benji, you're going back into ancient history. Is it 25 volts? Or are you going to try and see what the ESR should have been, are you? $25 volts, Benji, the 6.4. Let's get the stag in. We need to get the stag in the house. While you're guessing. Oh, is that my multimeter? Charged right up. So if we've still got issues, we can start looking at some voltages on the transistors, but how are we doing? Are we all done? You're going for an ESR of 40? Oh, Keith. Let's do it then, shall we? Are we ready? Okay. ESR's a little high, but I don't think that's going to be causing us an issue. That cap is probably good. 43.6. We got any 43ers? We've got a 45, which is Nick. 40.2 Keith. So Keith. No. Oh, hang on. 43.6. So it's near 44. So Nick's in the lead there. I think that's Nick. It's Nick. So we haven't really found anything mentally out. The 6.4 was a bit high, but Benji's sort of saying it wasn't crazy high. He seems to think it was within spec. There's somewhere I've got the books for the ESR meter, and it does give you a chart in there to give you an idea of what roughly they are, but when you've tested thousands of caps, you get sort of an inkling. Yeah, it was definitely Nick. Right, well, we've got the last one. Now, this is the one that Gerard was banking on. This is the banker. This is the one that Gerard thinks it might be. So is he right? I think it was Gerard that said that, wasn't it? Or was it Anthony? I can't remember now. So this is a 400 microfarad now. And this one is right on the output of the speaker, this one. So this would definitely cause an issue. So this is C10, our very last one that we're changing. Let's have a look on the circuit where C10 is, because it's smack bang on the output. So here it is. So C10 is the output basically from the output stage into the speaker. It's DC blocking, I'd take it. $400 microfarads then. Come on down. What do you think it's going to be? Is this the one? Or are we looking at transistors maybe? These have got to be done anyway. I mean, it's a case of taking these out and then seeing where we are really. I know a lot of people frown on that as a fault finding method, but they've got to be done anyway. So 400 then. Let me grab a 470 and chuck in. So those caps are not cheap these days. Price has gone through the roof for these. I say the prices are probably dictated by demand. If we use them, might see the prices come down. Who knows? Right. So there's our board fully recapitated. Recapacitated. Looking very smart indeed. A little bit neater placed than the originals. How are we doing then? $450, $425, $560. Open, Thomas thinks. 555 for Derek. 500, 810 for Ben. Ben's gone high. Sean thinks it won't be far off, but he's not willing to guess on the value. Keith 425. Sandra's gone 485. Wow. It's a resistor. Derek reckons more than 50 ohms. Andy B reckons 600. 451. Fahrenheit 451. Don't think I've read that. 535 for Christoph. It will still, Sean still be non-committal. He's just saying it's going to be lower than the 470. I'm not sure I've seen that Fahrenheit 4, whatever it was you said, Nick. Oh, it was you, Nick, was it? Said about the... Oh, no, that was you. I don't know if it's Gerard or Anthony said about this one being the culprit. Okay, let's do it, shall we? Should we do it? This is the final one. Is it down to the very last cap? It's gone high, but it's not mental. It's gone quite a bit high, actually. It's 524 microfarads, but that's not too big an issue. It's got a low ESR, so again, I don't think this cap's the issue. I will have to have a look at that, Tambly. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that then. Give me a nudge, Nick. Fahrenheit 451. I may have already seen it. So 524, who's closest then? 535 for Christoph, close. $500 for Luigi, but is 535's closer? 555. Ooh, close. 560. Let's do that again. It turned itself off. I was trying to find out. Let's come at 522 now, that. It's cooled down a bit. I think that's Christoph, I think. Yeah, you didn't do it, Sean. So yeah, that one on high, but I don't think that's going to be causing the problem. We've either got an issue with a transistor, or it could be one of the biasing resistors. So I think what we'll do now is we will pop it back in. I will pop it back in and see what it does. See if changing those caps has cured the problem. I'm a bit dubious now, to be fair. I was fairly confident earlier that that was the problem, but it could be one of these lock fits has gone a bit dodgy. So there's two lock fits in here, these two. Both BC148, so they're dead exact swapper for BC109 or 108. In my experience, the transistor that goes the most in these is this one here, T4. That is the one that seems to go most often for some reason. And I think it might be a case of these resistors going bad, but then I don't know. But this one here with a little heat sink on it does seem to be the one that goes the most in these sets. This can go, but who knows? Let's get our speaker back up then. Well, not our speaker, our amplifier. Oh, yes, our speaker, sorry. Cracking up now, aren't I? Let's hook that up. So we've got yellow as the positive. Let's pop the little covers off for a minute. Right, who thinks it's going to work now that we've changed those caps? Or like me, are you not quite so confident now? Here it goes then. No, so you can hear when I turn it on first. Just hook a lead up to the speaker again, the aerial. So it goes, and then it's died off to nothing. So turn it off. While you contemplate what that is, I'm going to skip Tutloo. The plot thickens. So, we've got transistor possibilities and resistor possibilities. It does look like a capacitor though, doesn't it? It could be one of the non-electrolytics playing up. Right. It's strange that the signal is there and then it just dies away, isn't it? That's what's confusing me, because I was so blind that was a capacitor issue, and I've just dropped a cassette tape into the rubbish bin. Portrait of Catherine Stott. Right, what do you think it is then? What's your best bets? Anybody got any ideas? Let's have a look at the transistors then. It's strange that it's coming on and then it's dying off, isn't it? I mean, it's only 3 non-electric. One of them's a mica, so that's unlikely to be a problem. It could be a dirty pot, but I don't think so because it comes on initially. Let me have another drink of Stag while I think about it. Afternoon, Dids. No finger today. They're out of finger, Dids. We're on the Stag today. We're riding the Stag. We're riding the Stag today. So as I say, if you turn it on, if you listen, it's on. Then it's fading out to nothing. It's gone. It's totally gone. It's not drawing excessive current. So what is it? I think it's one of the transistors. I think it's this one here, but I think it's T4, but I might be wrong. It could be a resistor. T1 and T2 are the first ones really to try. So as soon as you kill the signal and turn it back on again, it's back.
And some more brightness.
And that just dies and away to nothing. Yeah, strange. Very strange. It is, I suppose, worth double checking just to make 100% sure. Let's put this one back out. Let's get the signal tracer back in. Let's try that again. The signal tracer. I believe it's, is it that one? Or that one? We got no signal coming in here again now. Oh, we have. So the signal from the set is stable. So it's 100% an issue with the amplifier, which we knew anyway, but it's worth a try, wasn't it? Just to put that to bed. So let's see if we can get some voltages going here. Let's have a look at the schematic again. Definitely, yeah. Freeze spray, instant recovery, no thermal timer. We could try the freezer spray though. No, that's a good idea, because sometimes that can pinpoint a noisy transistor. So we'll get the old crack -50 CRC freezer spray. See if the freezer spray does bring it back. Oh, steady, or whether it just freezes my face off. Still there? Going? Going? Back. Still back. Let's just put a bit of heat on that. Gone. Bring a spray. There might have been a break in the song though, so let's try that again. Well, that seems dead now. Let's hit it again. Trouble is, classical music has got a lot of breaks in it, hasn't it? Let's get to Radio 4.
Worse, doesn't it, if you've got a messy room?
How do they work? What? Relaxation. Time to put on your comfiest pair of headphones and relax as we soak in a sound bath. Just me, Jennifer Wells.
It's gone. Yeah.
Professor of Psychology at Goldsmiths University.
It's T4. It's T4. Let's warm it back up.
Using a variety of therapeutic instruments, sounds and frequencies. So, Joy, I'm really delighted to have somebody who actually studies the brain and neuroscience and how we perceive music and sound, who can explain to us...
So just picking up the heat off my fingers now.
Which is very familiar to anybody who puts me up.
And we're gone. So yeah, it's got heat sensitive. That's the one that I said usually goes, didn't I? That.
If you consider out of the 5 senses, the sound is very unique. I mean, how it...
So it looks like we have got an issue with T4. Now, let's have a look at T4 on the circuit then. So look at Mr. T4. Ken Surtees, not an issue, but grey wire damaged. Grey wire? You mean my yellow wire here? It's got a bit of the insulation pulled back, yeah. It's caught underneath my chair, I think, Ken. But cheers, if that's what you meant. Sell it with a can of code spray. So set to an Eskimo. I've got some good ideas coming up here. Sell it to an Eskimo. You got sympathy with that transistor, Sandra. I know what you mean. Mrs. Cruncher will tell you all about that. So what that is T4. So T4 up here is an AC128. And that is just a driver, isn't it? T4 is the driver. I think there is a list of the transistors up earlier in the manual, sort of just a better idea of what it does. T4 and T6, so 128. Amplifier. So what's T4 doing? Let's just go a bit bigger because I can't even read that myself. So here's the amplifier. Employs 6 transistors, DC coupled with some Exmor stag. Class B, push-pull output. T2 potentially for, I don't know, T1 is coupled to T2 with DC feedback. Doesn't mention T4, does it? Amplifier T4. No, it doesn't really say what T4 does, but it looks like it's the driver. We've got a pre-driver, we've got an audio driver, pre-driver, and a driver, I believe. Normally tells you on these, but not in this case by the looks of it. So T3 is sort of very strangely orientated, but T4 is a driver. I'm not sure what T3 is doing. Is that doing some weird biasing? Don't know. AC128 then, let's pull it out. Let's have a look. Going to pop the heat shield off of it. Let's get you in a bit closer so you can see what's going on here. So it's the one with the heat sink that's causing the problemo. Thanks for subscribing, Cleric79. Thank you for subscribing. T3 is a constant current source. This is T4, so T3 is a constant current source. Okay. Let's pop the cover off of this one if we can. So it looks like the collector's got the red pip on it. Base is in the middle, so red pip is collector. It is an AC128 in here. Let's desolder it. So it's worth, while it's out of circuit, just checking the resistors around that. So let's pop it on the component tester and see what it's saying. See what it's doing. See, one of the problems with germanium is it is very much affected by heat. And this one must be right on the edge. So let's see what it's reading to start with. It's reading low battery, which is great news. So let's change the battery next then. Luckily I bought some of these in the other week, so oh, this uses AAA's, okay. This isn't the 12-volt battery like the other ones. I think I've only got lithium batteries left. Lithiums or rechargeables. I don't really want a rechargeable in it, so it looks like it's going to have a lithium battery. I need some more AAA lithium batteries. I'll stick one of those in then. Energizer Ultimate Lithium Lit. No expense spared. Let's put it in the right way round would help, wouldn't it? Try again. No component detected. So what we'll do is we'll give it a squirt of the old magic crack. We'll give it some of the -50 magic crack. Try again. And there we have a transistor lit. So if we let that warm back up again, see what the leakage is actually on that. So it's 0.98 leakage. So I've just got my hand on that now, just warming it back up. Test it again. No component detected. So there you are. That's our problem. So we need 128 transistor. Now, if I got one AC, yeah. Keep it original. We'll stick an original one back in. They're getting bloody expensive these days, those. I mean, it's got a nice stash of AC 128s that they want to part with, then you'll have to let me know. So the base has got a little bit green on it, so let's pop that back on there. We know there's a collector, so let's just try that one on the tester. Theo, welcome. No problems with that. Oh, hang on, hang on. I reckon that's a Zener diode. No, come on. You got the dirty legs? Dirty legs, you? Try it again. No, I reckon that's a Zener. Let's it probably is okay to be fair, but I'm not going to risk it. Let's try another one. Oh dear. Thinks it's a Zener. Try another one. These are new old stocks, so who knows, you know. They could have tin whiskers growing in them, because they do grow tin whiskers. Try this one. There we go. That's better. We'll go with that one. I have got ones with heat sinks built on them, but I'm going to go with an original one for this. See what the leakage was on that one. So 0.3 leakage. The other one was nearly 1 milliamp, wasn't it? That's 0.3 milliamps. Dave, afternoon Dave, aka Stuart, aka Enzo. You've got to let me have a drive in that, Dave. I need to come down with the camera gear, mate. Right. How you doing, Stu, anyway, mate? Hope you're all right. Let's go with this one. Sting in, see what happens. There we go. Let's pop his little hat back on. I do like these heat sinks. They do look smart. It's of its time, isn't it? Make sure we push against the heat sink, not the base, otherwise we'll crack our nice joint that we just made. So let's try again. It's got to work this time, surely. Surely we've sussed it now. I'll zoom you out a bit then. Bit of a clear up so we don't short anything out on anything. Yeah, you can zap them. You can zap them, Derek. Basically, got to just short it against the case rather than against a pin. So yeah, you can zap them. Right, good to go. Are we ready? The final test. Have we cracked it? Have we got an amazingly sounding, working, large speaker RP37A?
Hi, my name is Elac Stavitsky. I am the CEO and one of the 6 co-founders at Apple. People are desperately searching for a solution to their state. If you look at the most popular playlists on any major streaming platform, are going to be what is called functional playlists: focus, relaxation, and sleep. People are desperately turning to sound to help them feel better. And this is where Endel comes in. It lives on your phone. It's this black, mysterious, mesmerizing crystal at the intersection of art, technology, and science.
Mom, I have to go. I have to give the app all the permissions. No, it doesn't just play beautiful soundscapes. It learns all about my daily routine. Like, it'll know if I've come from a stressful meeting or I'm going to a yoga class or...
No, don't get stressed, it's gonna get... I know that it's hard to ignore, babe. I know that it's hardest to blame.
Oh, yes. Derek's asking about the interstation muting. It will need adjusting, Derek, because I fiddled with it just now. But what that should do is when you're in between stations, like there, with nothing at all, pushing this button should quieten that, which it is doing. So it is working, and then it picks up on a stronger station.
Football Daily, Tailenders, and Sports.
Will play more a part of healthcare in the future.
So I would say yes, without...
Wow, what do you think? That is nice, isn't it? That is very nice. Let's catch up with the chat. No worries, Derek. Cheers, Chris. Hi, Ganesh. How are you? It would be the Hunter, would it, Sean? Yeah, I think a lot of people are with you on that. Hunter's very popular radio. Any particular version, though, Sean? There's a lot of different Hunters about, isn't there? They all sound pretty much the same, though, to be fair. Really, Matambly, anything next is down to the new owner. What he wants doing, how far he wants to go with it. So what we've done is got it going. Got it sounding great. The dial alignment's not right. The top end is out on it. It's okay down the bottom, but 100's slightly out. If I turn it back on, if I connect the battery back up again, that is. Turn it back on, so 88.1 is fine down the bottom end here, no problem. Take the AFC off actually. Maybe slightly high that.
The crunch of a...
So 100 is there. That should be just an interstation muting off.
Book your summer getaway now at jet.com. Selected seats fly between the 30th of May to...
So that should be classic FM on 100. It's the easiest way to tune these, really, rather than messing around with the signal generator. So that should be classic FM. If I push the AFC in, it's not even dragging it in on the AFC. So I believe it's TC3 on these to adjust it. Just can't remember, I think it's... Yeah, TC3 is this one down the bottom here. So the capacitor does the top end and the coil does the bottom end, I think. I always get that mixed up. Rob Titheridge normally puts me right on that. Where's my little screwdriver gone? So we just go in and just tweak this one. Should.
Life's journeys. Agency supply. Subject to availability of participating BP M&S.
So that's now correct.
In the California Road Trip Republic, we believe you...
We just need to go down to... I say that's correct. If you look at the scale now, look. Oh, hello. We've frozen. VMAs has stopped working. Ah. Okay, we should be back. Should be back. I think we have Houston, we have contact. We're back in the room, hopefully. Software crashed out for some reason then. Doesn't usually happen, but there you go. There you go. I don't know what stage I got up to before it crashed out. Hi Rich Clips, how are you? You like the Sovereign and the Black Knight, they both sound nice. Not going to worry about the resistors, Chris, to be fair. Okay, so what I was trying to do, I just trimmed the TC3 on the FM module. So you can see where we are now. We're on about, if it will focus. So when I come up to 100, now hopefully, we're in.
Offer, but they rejected the deal despite agreeing with a majority of other NHS unions.
So if I'm slightly off,
flights were suspended again.
AFC pulls it in, but
after reports of a drone near the airfield.
The only problem with tweaking that end is sometimes you lose the bottom end. So we got radio 2 should be on 88.15. So 88.5 is there, so it should be between those two lines really. So let's see if it is.
Around the corner. Fantastic.
Great team. We honestly didn't have our best
So it's not,
today,
it's moved up.
Great team when you just push through and...
So we need to adjust the coil now. Oh, God. Just knock that noise down. Let me find the manual again. Do we have the F&O? I spent a day trying to resort one of these after someone had twiddled the hell out of it. It took me forever to sort it. So we don't want to be touching that much at all. Certainly wouldn't recommend going in and touching the FM front end on one of these. Okay. So we need L4 for the lower side of it. So it's going between L4 and TC3 to get the best of it. I mean, it says 90 and 100 and something, but this usually does it. So we're looking at this. So I've just tweaked TC3 to get 100 megs. So I need to do L4 to get my 88.15 correct. And I've just got to go back and forth till I get the best, really. The best of both worlds. And sometimes this just doesn't work at all, but so you need L4 then to get the lower end correct. Because we've got known stations, it makes it a lot easier. But as I say, if you touch this, you do so at your own risk entirely, because you can totally lash your radio up doing this. We'll find which is L4 now. L3. I can't see L4. One thing I will say is, where are we? If you take this cover off, it's got some sort of weird layer on it, and you've got to do the alignment with this on. If I take it off, it can throw it up. I just want to see where L4. I can't see it very well through the thing. I think it's that one, but it's not labelled. It's L1. It's got to be L2, I'd have thought. It's probably L3. It says L5, so that's got to be L4. That one there. So I've got to pop this cover back on before I trim it. If you don't do this, you'll kick yourself in the leg, because you'll have to take it off and do it all over again. So we need a non-metallic tool to trim that one. See if we can get this one in. There we are. Right, so I'm on where radio 2 should be.
Now and then she'll get to worrying just because
So let's go back to 100. Hopefully it's still there. It won't be, but no. So that's gone. So you need to tweak that one again. So I'm going to go just past it. And then I'm going to go back to 88 and see how that is. It's gone way past. Do this one again. Check 100.
FM.
That's just a fraction off now. So I'm going to leave it a fraction off. I'm going to go back to 88.
Yeah. Cover.
Just pull that back in.
I'd love to chat to anyone who regularly gets mistaken for a celebrity. You may be wondering, right, well, I have the best story about a reluctant celebrity ever, so stand by for that. Plus there's great music too from Michael Grundig. John, I love her, Lady Gaga, and the Super Emperor. That's lovely. If you would like to get in touch and say hi, the numbers are WhatsApp 08000 288 291, or you can text.
Try 100 again. Ah, it's just off. Fraction off still.
Perhaps the piece of music that has the theme probably gets my vote. The prelude.
Let's try. You just got a case of keep going forward and back to get this right. It's 88 is bang on now. Back to 100.
One of Rachmaninoff's most beautiful melodies. First though,
fraction off.
Best known as the soundtrack to Mickey Mouse's Misbehavior in Disney's Fantasia. This is The Sorcerer's Apprentice by Paul Dukas.
Okay, let's try 88 again. Yes! He's only done it. Right. Let's get you down. So we can see we've got 88 now. Just over 88, 88.15. Yeah. Radio 2, let's go up. $100. There we go. It's a pain in the ass to do that, to be fair, but I got it there. Didn't take that long, did it? It's taken me a lot longer than that before to get that right. To-ing and fro-ing, a little bit here, a little bit there. Then too much, too little. Quite lucky there. There you are. Anyway, that's how you do it. GT Jeff, how you doing, mate? Sort out the antenna. Yeah, I will bend that back, sure. Yeah, I think the Germans had a wider band range on FM, didn't they? We had the police up there. That was the problem. We had the police up the top end, so that was why all the UK radios were restricted. But so yeah, unless you're really confident what you're doing, I would not touch that. It's better to do it with the signal generator, really, but when you've got known stations that are opposite ends of the bands, you can get away with it. If it's been twiddled, then you've got trouble. You've got to go down the route of a signal generator to get it right, and then trim it by ear for the final bit. So that's that sorted. How are we doing for time anyway? I haven't got a clue what the time is here. Okay, we've still got some time left. We've still got some time left. So what else have we got to do to this? We can have a look at the quiescent current and midpoint voltage. Let's do that, because that needs to be right on our newly refurbed amps. Let's just pop the power off. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to snip the link down here where it says test. That's a test link to test the amplifier. So I'm going to snip that in the middle. Bend both legs up. I need to test the midpoint of these two resistors, which is there and there. So I need to pop a wire on here. We don't have to pop a wire on, but it makes it a damn sight easier. Let's pop a wire on there. If I can remember where that was again. Just here. So that's for my midpoint voltage. The other thing I need to do is short the input to ground, so as it's totally quiet, the amp. So I'm just going to use the capacitor leg for that. Spare one. Oh, my stream is flashing. So the input is there, so that one to there. Just going to short those two across. Just like that. Let's put a fresh bit of solder on there first. Should use forceps really, but touch anything else. Okay, so we're all set. We need 2 meters, one to do the current, one to do the voltage. So use this one to do the current in milliamps, and use this one to do the midpoint voltage. Let's get everything in shot for you. Let me just alter some cameras about. That one should get you in there. Just flash that in a minute. So I've got a bit glary. Yeah, that should be alright. Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of me there. Let's get some hookup leads going. That one. We need 2 more. If it will let me have 2 more. So green for ground, yellow for our midpoint voltage. I can find the other probe. There he is. Alright, let me grab this one. Let's move them that way a little bit. There, hopefully you can see that. Right, we are good to go. Should I go in number 3 or is that too restrictive? I can go in number 3, can't I? Yeah, you can just about see everything with me in the shot as well. Right, let's get going then. So let's have a quick look at the instructions, see what it tells us. If I can find it. Life alignment. Stability test. Amplifier noise. Bass and treble. Amplifier sensitivity. Static current adjustment. So here we go. So I've done all this. So connect. Adjust RV4 for 3 milliamps and RV3 for 8.9 volts. So RV4 for 3 milliamps and RV3 for 8.9 volts. So we'll give it a little squirt. As Sean said, these can be a bit sticky. Can be a bit sticky with age. I can find my deoxit fader lube in here somewhere. There we go. So just give them a little trickle. Just give them a tweak. Just give them a move. Right, let's see where we are then. So fire in the hole, turn it on. So we're looking for 3 milliamps on this one. Well, we're pretty close. And 8.9 on this one. So RV3 is over here. And this is for the voltage. But it does say to do the quiescent current first, which is the other one. So we're looking at 3 milliamps. We're only 3.3 to be fair, so we're pretty close. Let's just give it a little bit of a wiggle. Okay, so we're sort of bouncing around a little bit. But pretty good. So this one's gone down a bit now, so we need to tweak the other one. So we can get it up to 8.9. Was it 8.9? Yeah, 8.9 volts. Okay, so that's creeping a little bit. Let's give that one a little wiggle. Let's try a non-metallic screwdriver in it. Let's be in this direction, ideally. Probably been resting in the same place all of its life, I expect. So we've gone up a little bit there, at 3.2, 3.3, so let's do that one as well. Okay, my screwdriver's playing up. That one's pretty much bang on, isn't it? What do you think? We're not going to get any better than that, surely. That's very good, isn't it? To be fair, it wasn't far off, was it, really? So there we are. Midpoint voltage and quiescent current done. So let's pop this wire off. Thank you, Rob. Thanks, mate. Get rid of that bridge as well. So we've got to remove the test link. Sorry, replace the test link. So what I'm going to do with that is I'm just going to pull the wires out. Actually, I'm just going to use a solder sucker. I had that on, but oh, it says chucking it on the floor. Just use a desoldering pump on it. Okay, that's the test link holes clear, so we just need to find a nice chunky capacitor leg. That's a nice one. It's pretty. There we go, so that's in, so Rob! What's going on, Rob? Give you 20, I didn't mess your radios. Oh, well done, Rob. It's got to be really careful touching stuff like that if you don't know what you're up to, because you will really get yourself in the lurch. Thank you very much, Rob. So that's those two back. I mean, you ought to check the quiescent current and midpoint voltage if you're changing a transistor. You know, bearing in mind I changed this one here, T4. So I've changed this one, so that is going to affect things. So, you know, at that stage you do need to check them really. But I always check them if I'm sending a radio out. I don't usually bother if it's just my own, but so there's our nice new test link in. Brand new one, Sean. So that's the amp done. There's one other thing that I want to do before we wrap this up, and that is sort that dodgy FM board out. Must remember to put those little things back on as well. Because the next time you hear this, it's going to hopefully be back in the case. I think we got time. So there are other capacitors on the boards, but again, if we're looking to keep costs down, etc., then maybe we won't need to do those based on the fact that the other ones seemed pretty good. Right, so let's sort these cameras out. Let's do that one. Let's get that one off of there. Welcome back, Martin. Zoom back out again. I got a lot of stuff all over the bench, as per usual. Don't need that one anymore. Don't need that one anymore. Don't you fall out all over the floor. Wires everywhere here. Right. Okay, getting clear, getting clear. Right, so the problem I've got is this here. You see this? Both the fixing, well, three of the fixing screws are really loose. So we've got to take this top panel off. I didn't want to take the top panel off because sometimes you can get a bit of breakout on the actual dial plate. We don't really want to break out any paint on the dial plate, please. So taking the knobs off, which as I say are in really good nick. So we've got some screws. Why are you worried about the speaker, Sean? There's nothing to worry about the speaker. Okay, that's come off okay. Doesn't look like we've got any breakout on it. So to get to the screws, we've got to take this black piece off as well. All these screws are loose as well, look. So we've got to loosen these to take this black thing off. These are station markers. Very clever idea by Hacker. Very sharp edges on them though. There we are. So, oh, well. One of the screws is underneath this, but I think if we turn it around, we should be able to get to it. I hope. I'm hoping. So we should. Yes, there we are. So you can now see that screw. So that one done up. This one. And that one. Let's check all the others while we're in here. I don't think they're riveted in. Oh, they are screwed, but yeah, they're all good. Let's just pop a little bit of oil on the pulleys while we're in here. Shall we take this area out while we're in it? It'll make it a bit easier. Let's pop the area out a minute and we'll see if we can straighten it up a bit. It's not nice like that. It's not. Pop out the old aerial. Aerial. Oh, it's a tight fit in the grommet, in the Wallison. Right, let's see if we can straighten this out a little bit. Cortina City! How you doing, mate? Pete, I was just remarking on your channel earlier. You got this song stuck in my head now, Pete. Those dial pulley wires are fun when they detach. How you doing, mate? If no one knows the Cortina City channel, then you need to check it out. Mark III Cortina Heaven, that is. Did a great video today on 8-track, well, not today, yesterday, on 8-track stuff, which is very, very good. And there's a song stuck in my head now because of that, Pete, which is Matt Monroe. On Days Like These. I can't get that out of my head now. Which is obviously the first track on the Italian Job film. Just checking this. Get as close as we can. Now, this end section is the hardest one to do because it's solid. At least do unscrew on the end if you're lucky. There we go. Unscrewed. Matt Monroe, yeah. Got you a tape. I'd love that that spare one you got, Pete. The shell sound. I've got the Dartmoor one, and I've also got I've got a cassette version as well, which I can do you a copy of if you want. Where's that gone? Where's my shell sound guide? Yeah. So I've got that one, look. So Peter's got the Y Valley version of this one on 8-track. Now I've got the Dartmoor one on 8-track. Still got a bit of a wonky area on it, but we're getting there. It was the same route you drove from the film, was it? I thought it was, but you didn't really say. I looked at the background, and I actually played back the soundtrack from the film as well. Not a Maserati, but a lovely car to do tribute to it, to be fair. So if anyone's, well, I mean, all of you lot are into old cars, so don't give me any of that. If you're not subscribed to Pete's channel, then check it out. I think you will be once you've had a look at what he does to those old Mark III Cortinas. Absolutely fantastic. Like brand new, the work that you put into those, Pete. I hate to think how many hours you actually spend doing some of that work, especially the hardest part, which is the body work. Okay, I'm just eyeing that down through now, and I've nearly got that. So yeah, we've got the map is in this one, Pete, and it's in the other one as well. The map in this one is in the J card. And the Dartmoor one is in the case. So yeah, there's our aerial looking a lot straighter now. I can show it down through the camera. It's not going to focus, is it? It's not going to focus. But that is not perfect, but close. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to call that done. What size is the aerial, Rob? In what way? You mean length? Width? It's big. Yeah, that's bang on now. I'm really pleased with that. Stick a tip back on and we'll give it a little bit of WD in. They split the location between St. Bernard's Pass and another location. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections plus the base. So if you count this, then it's 9 sections. But yeah, if you want a copy of that, Pete, you'll have to let me know and I'll do you a copy of that one, mate. We'll do a swap. I can't copy the Dartmoor one for you though, because I haven't got a reel-to-reel, but I have done a video on that one and I just haven't released it yet, so you can have the whole footage of it. But I've not put it out there. I totally forgot about that one. Totally forgot about that one. But, I've got quite a nice little 8-track collection, but not as many as your stash of 100. But yeah, that song was going in my head all night last night. Old Matt Monroe. So I'm trying to get the whole set of these shell sound guides. I can't remember how many they did in total, but there's the Day on Dartmoor and my 8-track player lives here, but with one knob missing, but fully serviced and looking very nice now. But it is noisy. Whew. Harvey, how you doing, mate? Got yourself an oscilloscope. Nice. So yeah, and this one's got the map on in as well. So it's in really good nick, that one. So say, I don't know how many there are in total. There's not that many of them. Oh, here we go. So Stratford-on-Avon, Christchurch, Bewley and the New Forest, which you've got here. Day on Dartmoor, which I've got. The Wye Valley and surrounding countryside, which you've got, Pete. And the last one is the Lake District. So if Pete lets me have the Wye Valley, all we need is a Lake District and Stratford-on-Avon to get the full set. So yeah, great bit of fun those. And yeah, some of the narrators on this one, this is featured on my live streams before, Pete, so you'll have to scroll back through some of the older ones if you want to see the audio on that. But everybody loves the old audio on that one. In fact, we might play out to that one in a minute. So I've got the cassette player hooked up here. So yeah, great bit of fun there. But yeah, if you drop me an email, Pete, we'll do some exchanging, mate. So let's just get my credits up. There we go. That's my email, Pete. If you want to drop me an email, we'll sort that out. And it is a facelift Mark I Capri on the front. It's the facelift version. So the I actually had the earlier version. That's the facelift version with the if we go in closer. That's a facelift version, because the early version had the indicators beside the headlights. Had smaller headlights than that, and it didn't have the bulge in the bonnet. So the facelift version had the bonnet bulge, look. Secret Engineer. Did they ever make an 8-track recorder for consumers? Yes, they did, Rich. I have got one up in the loft, but it's a bit poorly. It needs a few things doing to it. Test probes, yeah, just get some test probes. Everywhere's got test probes for them, Harvey. If you got an oscilloscope, it normally comes with probes. You want the BNC ones like these, really. You want these, Harvey, don't you? Your grippy grippers on the end. And you'll need BNCs on the other end. But they came with the oscilloscope. Yeah, you do need to be careful you get the right ones. Right, let's pop those to one side for a minute. Let's get the aerial back in. Now it's straight. I will give it a bit of WD in love a minute. Let's give it a bit of WD in. WD-40 is the aerial's best friend. Oh, nice. My hands are clean, yeah. I don't do any car work anymore. Well, I do a bit, Pete, but not much, mate. Well, we have got some car enthusiasts on here, that's for sure. We're always reminiscing about our old cars that we used to have. I'll say my very first ever car was a Mark I Capri. I didn't have a Mark III Cortina. I had a Mark IV. I didn't have a Mark III. I was into Capris at the time. My mate had a Mark III 1600 GT Capri, Cortina, Mark III. Keith used to take us down to college in that one. That used to be good fun. Ding, ding, ding. I'm getting all my screws mixed up here now. Mark IV Cortina is now the rarest, really? Mine was a heap of junk. I think I bought it for 100 quid. It was a Mark III Estate in the nastiest beige colour you could get. And I bought it for 100 quid just to tow a caravan. I think it was only a 1600 though, but obviously it had the overhead cam engine in it. They're the rarest now, eh? Oh. But yeah, I was mad into Capris, really. I had the Mark I 1600 GT XLR as my first one. And then I moved on to a Mark II Ghia, 3-litre Ghia. That was mental. And then I went absolutely crazy and bought a half-race prepared 3-litre E Mark I. And I finished up with a 2.8 injection. Yeah, 2.8 injection to finish my Capri journey. Right, we'll get into the putting it back together stage. That's some pretty horrendous. I swapped my 3-litre E Capri for a Princess. A Princess 2.2 HLS, I think it was. That was a shocking car, but it was comfy. It looked horrific though, but the clutch went in the Capri, and I tried to fix it, but not very successfully. I put a new clutch in it. In fact, did I put a new engine in that one? I put a new engine in one of my Capris. Let's give this a bit of a clean off. Yeah, the 2.8 injectable. The very last one, the 280 Brooklyns, was the one really, wasn't it? The bigger wheels, full Recaros in them. Very nice. Mine wasn't the special. Mine was just a normal 2.8 injection with the pepper pots on it. Pepper pot alloys. But that car used to shift, mind you. Didn't like going around corners, but you know, none of the Capris liked going around corners, did they? Sahara beige, was it? Lotus Cortina. Whoa, that's nice, RV. A Mark 1 as well, yeah. That'd be worth a small fortune now. Mind you, my 3-litre E, I've looked at the price of those. Well, all of the Mark 1 Capris seem to have gone through the roof price-wise. But I did like the Mark 2 Gias because of the carpet in and the tinted windows. They were really smart. Yeah, my 3-litre Gia Mark 2 was probably my favourite of the Capris. I like the 2.8 injection and the 3-litre E, but the 3-litre E had 3-litre E had been messed about with. It had whacking great wheels on it. It had bigger arches cut into it, and it had a double exit rear exhaust instead of the single pipe. It had been split into two with some sort of drain pipe. It sounded mental. I used to get stopped all the time by the coppers. They did not like my Capri. Didn't do nothing about it though. But just loved stopping me. Just go herring up the road in it. Jesus, that thing went like the clappers. That was a very fast car. And it sounded the business as well. Right, we're getting there. Number 1 Phillips, where are you? Come in at number 1 Phillips. Was that what dropped on the floor just now? No. Yeah, I need more beer input. Oh, there we are. Same age, 64 I was, Pete. 1964, mate. Good year. Yeah, I followed along your Project Bramble, Pete. From digging it literally out of the brambles to like amazing. The metalwork you did on that was phenomenal. drilling out every single rivet. Crazy. Let's drop that on the floor. 69. Same year as my good lady. Don't tell her I said that. Shh, she might be watching. Woohoo! Stayed in good shape. Well, I'm going to be in trouble now if Mrs. Cruncher heard that. I'm going to be in trouble. Don't, you never heard that, anybody. Ignore that. Ignore that comment. Delete it from memory. Right, let's get this top panel back on. Let's get rid of that nastiness there. I'm really looking forward to getting this back together and having a good listen to it. Just give that a wipe over with the microfiber. No scratchy. I've got one more 8-track player to sort as well. I've got the transistors for it, so I just need to get that done. So I think that's going to be the better of the two. It's got higher output, I think. But I have recorded the complete footage of the Day on Dartmoor tape. I actually thought I'd released that, but I actually haven't. So I must pop that out and say we've played the other one many times. I don't think you played the footage from the Y Valley one, Pete, did you? On your video. Yeah, that's looking very nice now. Let's brush these out. No, wrong one. I'll stick the workshop hi-fi on, which is probably on what have we got in there? What have we got in the workshop? Gotta love a bit of Christmas music. Santa's coming, he won't be long. I'm gonna stick this one in a minute. So I know you all love hearing Lord Bewley. No, Lord Montague. Lord Montague of Bewley. Let's go in with that. We'll have that going in the background.
This is a show sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time off for visiting interesting places like Bewley Abbey and Butford Park. You'll be listening to 4 voices, and those of Lord Montague of Bewley, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon Glover, and mine, George Barker.
Adobe on.
The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory and the second with Bewley Abbey.
Here in the car, we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch Priory. And this is the longest parish church in England, 311 feet, and architecturally it's one of the richest. 5 centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor, and its name, literally the Church of Christ, is dramatically derived from a legend of the mysterious long-ago member of the building force who took neither meals nor pay.
Oh, the beer's nearly all gone.
It was found one night that a roof timber was cut a foot too short. But in the morning, it was not only the right length, but in the right place.
Oh, you did film it? Oh.
The workman was never seen again. And surely, said the builders, it was the carpenter of Nazareth. And so the place, once known as Twynham, became Christchurch.
A motor.
You can see the miraculous beam for yourself.
Nice.
It's on the arch at the south side of the ambulatory at the end of the Lady Chapel. Now, Twynham means in Old English, between the waters. Those actually are the rivers Stour and Avon. And these two come together in Christchurch Harbour and give shelter from the sea to the site of Christchurch itself. Its importance in Saxon times was indeed as much military as religious, due to this protected promontory position.
So I'm just playing that while I'm putting this back together.
Invaded by the Danes here in the year 790, their first raid ever on English soil, and the Jutes had colonised the Isle of Wight and the Hampshire coast 2 centuries
Did you
earlier.
put that on some nights for Mrs. Cruncher's Christmas music?
No.
No. She don't let me play Christmas music.
When one St. Marinus landed with a mission from Rome to convert the resident West Saxons. He succeeded.
Occasionally she'll come home and there'll be Michael Bublé playing. I won't be anywhere in sight because I want a clip round the ear. Bit of Michael Bublé's Christmas.
Until 1094, when Ralph Flambard became dean. He immediately began the present building, but left it unfinished after 5 years, when he went north to Durham.
Nice shiny new.
The Cathedral and Christchurch Priory were both designed and started under Flambard, and they had in common the most sensitive and delicate Norman decoration in all England. Both churches unmistakably bear the hallmark of their patron. Now, when you go inside, you'll see the rounded Norman arches studded with intricate tapestry, and you'll notice how light.
Right, we're getting there. We are getting there.
None of your dark, forbidding Norman here. The first 2 stories, arcade at ground level and triforium on the first floor, were completed by 1150, and the clear story above was added in 1230. You'll notice that this has got pointed arches.
Gotta wait for Lord Montague to come on.
That it came later. For nearly 4 centuries, that's from 1150 until Henry dissolved it in 1539.
Right, that's the amplifier back in.
The black cannons ruled here.
It's going in with the...
Their work is here for all to see. They built the deepest porch in England, where they transacted their business with the inhabitants of the town, and set to work to vault the nave aisles and add the clerestory. By that time, as you can see, they introduced the pointed arch, which they didn't do just because it looked nice, but because it gave them opportunities of letting in a great deal more light. And it's fascinating, by the way, to think that this discovery of the pointed arch actually came...
There's the rest of me screws.
The church was intimately connected with Christchurch here. The earliest pointed arch, by the way, is known as Early English. A century later, roughly 1250 to 1350, there was a further change, and the Augustinians, always abreast of the times, were building in what's called the decorated style. It was really a question of more and more light and more room to move about in. But we have to remember that every day the monks pressed around their church, so they needed space and light. You'll see how they solved this problem when you look at the choir and the Lady Chapel.
Put these back. I'm not going to screw these right in tight, but...
The great choir screen and the Jesse Reredos in the new decorated style. And by the way, when you're looking at the choir screen, don't forget to have a good peep through the arch, and then you'll get a really dramatic...
Okay, handle. As I say, we've got to find some more vinyl. Thanks for that, Pete. Cheers, mate.
The Christmas Story with Mary, Joseph,
Santosh. Hi, Santosh.
the wise men, the ox, the ass, and the shepherds, all canopied
Buble.
with the figure of the herald angel. The sculpture
Bulldog
is in wonderful
spray.
condition, and the screen is known as a Jesse Reredos because it illustrates.
Not seen the drunken car restorer. Never heard of that one. Is that his name of his channel, Pete?
Now we come to the last great building.
That needs more than WD. That needs rust remover. I can't remember what they call it now. The Americans use it a lot. It's really good stuff.
And Our Lady Chapel in here is 1400.
Let's pop the handle back on then.
Ultimately achieved at King's College in Cambridge, but still by far the lightest part of Christchurch. And I think you will see the point of the word perpendicular when you look at these vertical panels in the windows and walls. And before we leave the choir, there is one must to look out for. You will find the choir seats upturned, and facing you a fascinating gallery of animals, people and fishes, all exquisitely carved in wood.
We're nearly there.
In the 14th and 15th centuries, and are known as misericords. We now come to the 16th century, the age of Henry VIII and his daughters Mary Tudor and Elizabeth.
I must release the footage of the day on Dartmoor tape because I've actually got the map that's of the same era. Because you can actually buy the matching maps that were available back in the 70s when they came out.
The Countess died on Tower Hill at the age of 69, an innocent victim. When ordered to lay her head upon the block, she refused, saying,
Turn that one up a fraction more.
I am none. And she bid him, if he would have her head, to get it as he could, so that he was constrained to fetch it off. Her chantry is here in the north aisle of the choir. A splendid Tudor monument of English and Italian craft.
So that's the fallout from that.
Do have a good look at the north front. It stretches away to your left as you face
One transistor and
the Norman walls and palaces.
4 6 caps.
The finest crisscross decoration and interlinked arches in England. Now, will you switch me off and on again when you're back in your car, when I'll direct you to the next point on your tour. I hope you enjoyed your visit to Christchurch Friday. Now I want you to return by the one-way system to the centre of Christchurch. You turn right to reach the main road, and after a mile and a half, you'll see a roundabout. You turn right out of it along the road A337, signed to Lymington. Continue along this for about 4.5 miles until you reach a crossroads with B3058. There you turn right for Milford-on-Sea. In another 2.5 miles, the road runs along with the sea, and you'll find car parks on your right.
Drinks and welds. Ideal.
Them and park as far as you can.
I'll have to look that one up. Ruse Rust?
On again when you get there.
I think it's Evaporust. That's what I was trying to think of. Evaporust.
I hope you are now at Milford-on-Sea and have been able to park far over to
So
the
let's
east. If you find
let's stop the shell sound a minute and let's fire this up and see if it still works. Famous last words, isn't it? So we've got a lovely straight aerial now. Look, you can't see that, but you know it is straight-ish. And it certainly works a lot better than it did. Fire in the hole.
Big shout out to Jason and David, the coaches, who make it all happen. Sending lots of love to their wives and families too. Big 3-0 win from Julie Murray.
Let's find something that's not copyright.
An ocean of memories from Titanic, the music of James Horner, performed by...
Something's interfering with it here somewhere.
Classic FM album of the weekend, which comes from the pianist Jonathan Phillips, who has been focusing on the music of Bach. A lot of the great composer's most popular pieces are lively, dynamic work, but Bach also wrote some beautifully peaceful tunes too, and it's those which form the centerpiece of this new album, hence its title, Tranquility. Perfect if you need a bit of escapism. In fact, let us treat ourselves to some of that right now. Here's Jonathan Phillips at the keyboard with the aria.
A Prince Sound Space Helmet radio. Nice.
Did you look for me? Different shows made for you.
Start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. Oh, the times they are a-changing.
Nice. Something's interfering. It works better on the what am I trying to say? On the wire aerial. So that is job done for now. It's really over to the chap that wants it to decide how far he wants me to go with it. I'm sure he's going to want that rust removed from that hinge as best I can. We can probably get rid of the R from there. It needs a couple new stickers there. It needs this residue here cleaning up. I don't think that's going to come off just by wiping it. Going to need some acetone or something like that on that, I think, to get that off. But it should clean up fine. It's come up a little bit there, isn't it, just by rubbing it. The grill just needs a polish. That'll come up fine. In fact, just cleaning that now is just brought that up. Look, it's just wiping it over with a wet wipe, a wet one. There we go. Leave the R. It matches the R on the chassis. I know it's somebody somewhere has branded the radio, isn't it? Somebody's branded it. So there we are. It just needs a clean up. And maybe a little tweak, a little tune-up, but trouble is the more you touch this, sometimes the worse it can get. So, but yeah, nice, nice. Cheers, JP Jetta. Hi, Ken. Let's catch up with the rest of it. A Prince Sound Space Helmet radio. Not sure on that one. It sounds fine. I think it's evaporust is the stuff that I was trying to think of. You have an old tape of the Navy Lark. What on earth is that, Harvey? Yeah, there's another R on the chassis, Sean, you're right. You're 18. Sure. Magnet tray on the bench. No worry, Gerard. No worries, mate. But yeah, it is a nice radio. I mean, it's always tempted to keep these, isn't it? But as I say, the big speaker is pretty rare. You can get them, but if you see one of these with a big speaker, then it's well worth picking up. It is the business. It is the business. Shame we haven't got Lord Bewley playing, isn't it, really? He's on there somewhere.
I suggest you go over on foot and take your machine with you. From this point, you should see the Isle of Wight ahead of you, the Isle of Purbeck to your right, and the whole of Poole
Lord
Bay.
Montague, I mean.
If you can't, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it, or try coming back another day when you can. Bournemouth is a very recent urban development. 100 years ago, there was no Bournemouth, only a sandy heath dotted with pines, and the cliffs and the chines, and a few crofters' cottages scattered about between the ancient harbours of Christchurch and Poole. You can still see some of these cottages if you look hard enough, hidden away among the houses of Boscombe and Bournemouth. And just as Bournemouth...
Old show from the 50s, really.
So, in geological terms, the Solent in front of you is very recent.
I can do better, Sean. Well, apologies, mate, for not living up to your expectations. As I say, I'm not restoring this. It's down to the new owner what he wants me to do, mate. If it was mine, it would have the works. You know, it would be fully repadded, because this all needs to come off really and have the new padding put in underneath it. It's a hell of a job. It does add a hell of a lot to the repair cost, but it does tighten it up and make it look nice and plush. You can see it's all sort of saggy where where the foam has gone to dust. You can feel there's like a lump in the bottom there where it's sort of rested. I don't think you've done any refoaming yet, Sean, have you? You've shied away from it, so you can't knock me if you haven't done it yourself. But yeah, it does need a good clean up, but it's not going to be. I'm not going to clean it up now live, Sean, am I? So you have to wait, Sean, for that. So let's say it's over to the new owner to see how far he wants to go with it. Definitely need to put some blue material in the handle. But there you are. That is now working, and it wasn't to start with. Cheers, Pete. Hugh Paddock? Who are we on about now? You've lost me there. You have lost me there. Right, how are we doing? Oh, it's past the witching hour, people. I've overshot again, look. But I did want to get it back together. It does need a little tweak, but that can be left for another day. We'll see what the new owner wants to do with it first. And then if there's anything more to add to it, I'll stick it out in the week onto Patreon and let you see it next weekend. If I'm about next weekend, I'm not 100% sure yet. We're waiting to pick up this car for Mrs. Cruncher, so depends. If Mrs. Cruncher's car comes on Sunday, we might have to do a late one on Sunday, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Hoping that we'll get it before Sunday. We need it. We need it before Sunday. Yeah, that Perspex box, it's got some sort of shielding on it. I really don't know exactly how it works, but if you try trimming it with that box off and then you put it back on again, it definitely affects it. Definitely affects it. But yeah. Cheers, Derek. Dig your RP37 out for play, yeah. They should deliver the car. They will deliver it to me. It's up in Bristol though, Metablis. It's about, I think it would cost around about 100 quid to deliver it. They might deliver it. We shall see. Yeah, it's going to be probably 80 to 100 quid to deliver it because of the mileage. It took us about 2.5 hours to get up there to look at it originally. But we were going back up to deliver to part exchange the Mini that's now broken down. So unfortunately, the Mini that's now broken down is not going to go as a trade-in. We're going to have to knock that one out locally somewhere once the fuel pump's been done on it. Yeah, I know, Joe. The problem is the price of fuel in that these days, it's just gone through the roof, hasn't it? Anything like that. So there you are, people. That's pretty much me done for today. Like I say, next week, not sure. I did put a video out early hours of this morning as well. So if you really want to see more of me, there's another video gone out first thing this morning, repairing the old one of these, the old Sony Pro 80. So the second installment of that one went out this morning, if you've not already seen it. And don't forget to check Pete's videos out, Cortina City. Cheers, John. So that's all, people. I hope you've enjoyed that today. And don't forget to give it the thumbs up. Thanks very much again for the super chats and the tips, and to my patrons and channel members. Cheers, everybody, and catch you on another one very soon. Bye for now. Get on.